Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. Out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's me, Legal Vices, on this little channel we call Legal Vices. We are just moments away from starting day 28 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Today could be the day. Today could be the day that the prosecution rests, or they could go on for a lot longer. There was a couple of hints that were dropped during the voir dire of experts that lead me to believe they might wrap up their case today or on Friday. So that's what today's like and subscribe poll is. We've got 233 people here waiting for the trial to start, probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. So get down there and do all the YouTube stuff, like, subscribe, hit all that stuff. But we do have our like and subscribe poll up. Our like and subscribe poll today is, will the prosecution rest their case this week? Yes, no, or why didn't they do that weeks ago? Yeah, this should have been done weeks ago. I think that if you are going as long as they're going, with as little as they've got to go with, that shows me that they are trying desperately to find something that will resonate with the jurors. Now, I'm sure those of you that have been watching and noticed, but one thing has started to really, really hammer itself home with me. They're not trying to prove her guilt at this point. I'd say probably for the last week and a half, they haven't been trying to prove Karen Reed's guilt. They've been trying to debunk or poke holes or explain away many of the possibilities that the defense are suggesting. And that means the defense is doing their job. They've spent days on these phone records and the how long to die in the cold text. As I said, I think Monday maybe? Go ahead, take away the text. Pretend the texts never happened. Pretend the prosecution never brought it up. How does the non-existence of that text, how does the non-existence of that search prove that Karen Reed intentionally murdered anyone? It doesn't. The prosecution has wasted an entire week trying to poke holes in a theory that the defense put out there to raise reasonable doubt. And that's a week they could have spent trying to prove that she actually did something. And yes, for those of you that are mentioning in chat, we did yesterday while Dave Neal was on doing the Clayton Eckert and Laura Owens judgment, we did cross the 77,000 subscriber mark. Currently, we are at 77,093. So that is super awesome. Thank you all for the support in that regard. Yeah. So, what do you guys think? I mean, I think it's a masterful thing. Either the defense really believes that this search occurred, or they have thrown out such a potentially case-crushing scenario for the prosecution that they have spent an inordinate amount of time trying to debunk one text message. Take the text message away, and that doesn't prove she did anything. So I think whatever the result of this text messaging is, whatever the jury walks away thinking, I think it's a win for the for the defense. Now, I don't know. Now is where I'm going to admit something. I'm going to admit that I understood virtually nothing that the Nimrods, the prosecution put on in the past week to deal with this text message scenario. We're saying I got nothing out of it. I mean, the main points I got out of these arguments regarding this possibly existent, possibly non-existent text, host long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. I got out of that something about opening tabs doesn't tell you what time texts were sent, which is weird. Also, the head expert from Celebrite, he thinks his own company's software is so inadequate that he developed his own software that he uses. So he's on there testifying for Celebrite, and he's testifying that he doesn't use Celebrite software. He uses his own software, which is weird. So however you look at it, I think it's a win for the prosecution on this. Even if the jury doesn't think this text message was actually sent, I don't think they understood a damn thing that the jury said. I mean, that the witnesses said. Maybe they're smarter than me, which isn't really difficult to do, but I got nothing out of the last 4 witnesses. And they're putting on 4 witnesses to try to prove this text message didn't happen. Can't they do it with one good witness? I don't know. But the big issue today, the big issue that's going to be coming up here, and we better bring up the court feed here just to make sure we don't miss anything. Let's see. Let's share the screen. Sharing the screen. There we go. And we'll put this down here in the corner. Well, after we embiggen it, we'll put it down here in the corner where it belongs. There we go. We are all running. All right. The big issue that's going to be happening today for me is whether or not the court, Judge Bevisaurus, is going to allow the defense to call their 3 expert witnesses that they did voir dire. Yes, just, I know that if I pronounce it correctly, you guys, can't handle it, so I'll pronounce it incorrectly. The 3 witnesses they submitted for voir dire, if that's how you want to pronounce that word, those 2 words. The 3 experts they voir dired last Friday. Is the judge going to let them testify or not? The main argument from the defense was they weren't submitted in a timely manner, and we don't have time to prepare. Of course, the remedy for that is you give the prosecution a little extra time for their rebuttal case. You give them a couple extra days to find somebody. He said they could find someone to rebut them within a week. So there, it adds a couple days to the trial. If she does not allow these experts to testify, I'm just going to call shenanigans. I will just call shenanigans. I mean, the arguments that Lally was making that they weren't qualified were laughable, absolutely ludicrous arguments. They were arguing that Marie Russell was not qualified to testify about dog bites. This woman was a Massachusetts police officer for a bajillion years. She had 2 full careers before a lot of you were born. She was a Boston police officer a Massachusetts police officer for a bunch of years. Then she went to medical school, and she did a residency and became an ER nurse. And then she decided she wanted to go into pathology, so she did another residency and became a pathologist. Then she was a professor for a medical school, and she was on the medical board in California. And she's doing all of these things, and she's writing papers and specifically studying the area of police dog bites. Yeah, she was way more qualified than Mr. My name is Trooper Paul, and accident reconstruction is the study of forward. I mean, Jesus. It's the study of forward. That's literally what the prosecution witness said. It's the study of forward. Oh, God. Yeah. Hey, Jules, how you doing? Look up Dr. Russell. You can't get any better than her. Damn straight. All right, we are up against the clock here. The court could start any minute, so let's do this. If you want to play bingo, because we do Karen Reed murder trial bingo. Right at the top of chat is a pinned comment that says generate your bingo card here, and there's a little link. Click on that link. It's going to open a window, and there's going to be a little yellow button that says generate your bingo card or whatever it says. Click on that, and it will generate a bingo card for you. The bingo card helps us pay attention to the trial a little bit more, helps us focus on what's being said so we can catch the words and whatnot. Just do that and let's play along. And if you get a bingo, just let us know in chat, and then keep saying how many more bingos or 4 corners or, the whole blackout. I don't think we're going to get the whole blackout, but who knows? So do that. Follow along with us. Take this time now to click on the generate your bingo card link up there and join us. And as always, the super chats, if they come in, will be read during breaks, natural breaks in the trial. But we'll flash them up on the screen so everybody can see what's going on. So they are acknowledged, but we'll actually read them and address them during breaks in the proceedings. Well, Jules asked, what difference does it make if she contacted? Because this was the big deal. The judge was like, who contacted who? Does it make a difference if she contacted the defense or vice versa? Nuance is really all it is. If she contacted them, if she contacted the defense, the judge would say, well, she's not really interested in justice. She just wants to be part of this trial. She wants, as they argued in the Johnny Depp trial, she just wants her 15 minutes of fame. She reached out to them. She tried to, she's just trying to, just slide into the court proceedings. So for whatever benefit. Whereas on the other hand, if it's the defense actually looking for an expert and they come across her, then that's more seemly. But in this case, she explained it. I mean, was Yannetti explained it, I believe, or was it Jackson? I guess it was Jackson that explained it. She reached out. She saw it on TV and read an article. She called the local police officer who knew the defense lawyers, and then he called them, and then they called her. So they sort of reached out to each other. Hey, Fiery Red Podcast, what's up? Good to see you here. Hope you're feeling a little energetic today. All right. Well, we heard a little snippet of noise from the court, but there's nothing going on yet. What I think she's doing, and I hate that she did this because she's done this with other rulings. She's telling them what the ruling is, and we're not going to hear it. So it's going to be up to maybe the court TV people or law and crime people that are on Twitter to tell us what's going on. So if they don't actually tell this, someone keep an eye on Twitter with the powers that be to see if there's any indication as to what the rulings were. Well, that's what it was. It was him and TMZ guy that Amber Heard's lawyers were saying. They're just. Well, the TMZ guy was the one that Elaine Bredehoff specifically accused of wanting his 15 minutes of fame. And he shot right back with, well, isn't that what you're doing? That's why you took this horrible woman's case, was so you could get in on that. Oh, damn, we've got two things here I didn't notice. How did I not see these? Uh-oh, are we not getting? Let me scroll up here. Okay, they came in whilst I was glancing at the feed. All right, Stingy Rule 34 kicks us off at the very first super chat way from Doggo Cam on our first achievement. Or we redesign every NHL hockey rink, guys. Oh, yeah.
May I call the case, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Yep,
For the
they didn't
record,
tell us
before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 2282CR00117.
And
The
D.
parties
what?
are present. The jury is not present.
She's going to tell us.
Counsel has asked to
D.
see
what?
Judge Canton.
Gifted legal vices.
Did you want to see me at sidebar?
I did, if you would sidebar or an open court, it's up to the court.
Why don't I see you up here and see?
All right. D. What gifted 5 legal vices memberships. D. What has moved the marker further. We are now, what is it? 20 of 70, 75, 70, 73 away from Doggo Cam. But we're not going to grift today. The grifting happens Friday evening. So right now, D. What is also in the lead for the Vice Racks of the day with the equivalent of a $25 donation by giving you guys 5 Legal Vices memberships. So if you got one of those 5 Legal Vices memberships, make sure you give D. What a super special thanks. And in court, on your bingo cam, you can already check off lawyer calls for sidebar. You should have your free space and lawyer calls for sidebar box marked off. So we are going to get to hear the ruling, I guess. That's cool. I thought she wasn't going to let us hear the ruling. So the jury's not there. She's going to hear something, and then we'll see how that goes. Got a mosquito bite in the middle of my back. Here we go. Hey, Straubs, what's up? All right. Thank you for kicking us off here. And again, these were the two guys, the accident reconstruction guys, the other two experts that they're so into, like, literally they were redesigning rings, like the angle of the glass. And these guys are way, way qualified. All 3 of the experts. She's all right. Let's see here. That is an interesting color human being there on the right. I don't think that the girl in the white here, that I don't think humans come in those colors in nature. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying such horrifically critical things of people in the gallery, but everybody's dressed nicely and wearing white here today. this is the Reed side of the equation. They're all dressed very nicely. White, they've got shirts and ties and vests and things on. All right, we've got almost 500 people here, 235 likes. That means half of you haven't done your job. So get on there and hit that like button. Whilst I sip my delicious Southside cocktail. My phone made a noise at me, and I don't know why. Aha. It's phishing. Someone is trying to fish me with a coin, with a Bitcoin-based art order that I supposedly made, which never happened. Nice try. Not today, ISIS. Oh, Andy S. must have got one of the memberships. Mo did a fun impression of Bev this morning. That sounds funny. Mo in the deep end. If she's a super cool lady. Hey, my dudes, what's up, Flux? And while we're doing this, I can kind of pimp tomorrow's show. Tomorrow, the court will be here half a day. So we'll do the entire half a day live. And then we'll come back on Friday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we'll do what I call F it Friday. It's like once a month, we just get together, and I put on a great panel of guests. We shoot the BS. We're going to talk a lot about this. We're going to talk about Chad Daybell. We're going to talk about maybe a little bit of Young Thug, Alec Baldwin, Clayton Eckerd. For the first 3 hours, we'll sort of be legal focused, and then we're going to do a little switch up and let other frequent guests on. We put on a big panel of guests, and it's just a big griftathon. The whole idea is I grift for super chats and other things one day of the month, so we don't have to do it the rest of the time. And every $100 that comes in, I do a shot. And now if anybody donates makes a donation of $50 or more, that automatically triggers a breathalyzer test. It's shameless, and it's all in good fun. The lineup we have so far it's going to be joining me on Friday evening. We'll start, like I said, 8 p.m. ish Eastern time, and just go till my liver gives up or some other catastrophe happens. Potentially Criminal Sean, Nate the Lawyer, Runkle of the Bailey, Ozzy Overlord, Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca will be making an appearance. Our very own Flux. Hey, Flux, how you doing? Lady Law 579, Nick Starro, Megan Fox, MG Law, Moxie Dame Jess, Dave Neal, Kaiser Pineapple, Broken Baker, Max Mura, Lincoln Kane, if you're aware of who he is, will be making an appearance for better or worse. Danny on Direct, Andrea Burkhart, and Ari Jacob are the guests we have lined up so far. It's going to be a good time, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's all tomorrow night, beginning Friday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. Liz turned me down. Paralegal Liz turned me down. She said, nope. It's a good time zone. Yeah, we try to alternate because of time zones around the world. Sometimes we'll start the F at Fridays, Friday morning Eastern time, and sometimes Friday night. Now it's time for a Friday night Eastern time. Yes, Max Mura and LC. Hopefully not at the same time. The universe, I don't think, can handle that. All right, this is taking an extraordinarily long time. I wonder what they're doing there. What could they possibly be talking about? And she's reading through some notes. She's got the Post-it notes ready. And John O'Keefe's brother is the one that's sitting here man-spreading in front of the camera. He does that a lot. And it's just something I don't need to see. Sit somewhere else. Put your hands in your lap. Cross your legs. Just do something, dude. We don't need you frightening the children. Oh, Joe Choi, bye-bye monetization with those two, Max Murr and Lincoln Kane. F at Friday, we've only had one fully monetized F at Friday in 2 years. So It goes out the window anyway. That's why we call it F It Friday. All right. Mom is still very antagonistic. This is John O'Keefe's mother. She's still very antagonistic towards the defense. She's pulling faces at them, making hand gestures to them a lot of times during the breaks. I don't know how the family is not pissed at Lally, Prosecutor Lally, for this. Do you think Bev is going to let all the defense experts test? I think she has to. They cannot testify. They cannot help you establish the innocence of your client. They're not allowed to help your client defend herself. They're not allowed to present a rational explanation for what could have happened. Doing that is a nuclear option. That it's the death penalty for witnesses. It's the death sentence of witnesses. There are many, many other things she can do, such as give them additional time, give the prosecution additional time to find a rebuttal expert and put them during the rebuttal case, which may add 1 or 2 days to the case at most. That is a far better option than just sentencing her experts to death and going full nuclear and not letting them testify. She has to for that reason. She has to. Otherwise, it's going to confirm what everybody thinks, that she's an incredibly biased judge and has a completely different set of rules for the prosecution than she does for the defense. Yeah, Mr. O'Keefe hasn't been in the courtroom lately. I assume it's because he has to work, I guess. We have a heat wave. It's so hot and humid, it's disgusting. Yeah, they said it was going to be incredibly hot. She's encouraged the jurors to wear comfortable clothing. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Really makes me wonder what's going on. I think all 3 witnesses will testify, but 2 will be limited in scope. Yeah, they will certainly. The dog bite expert, Dr. Russell, will be limited to only speaking about the dog bite and not about the impact on humans. An accident reconstruction of pedestrian vehicle interaction. The defense has just as much conceded that point. So I think she'd be limited that way. I don't know why the other 2 would be limited. But I'm sure that if she's allowed to testify, Dr. Russell will be. Pinochet's helicopter tours. What's up? It's been a minute or 2. Sadly, I haven't followed this case, so it's been at least 28 days. But has the collective guilt and evil corruption of blood of all of my state's officials been on full display? Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. You need to go back. You just need to watch it from the beginning. It's good to have you here, and thank you so much for contributing. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hey, see, Winterstorm, don't you be bad mouthing, Dr. Meemaw like that. Dr. Meemaw is tough as nails. Like I said, she's had 2 full careers as a police officer and a doctor before many of you were born. All right. We're just twiddling our thumbs here until the court gives us something to talk about. Cynthia Fire 42 says, Jeff, I just got here. What have I missed on the bingo card? Nothing. Just lawyer calls for sidebar. It's literally, she started and the lawyer says, can we approach? And that's it. That's as far as we've gotten today. They've been there at sidebar for going on 15 minutes now. Why? The courtroom does have AC. It has AC and fans. It's just an old courthouse. I'm guessing insulation is a big problem there. And it's full of people, full of electronics, full of lights. So I guess it's just kind of hot there. No one has tweeted yet. Well, we are going to hear it because the jury's not there right now. So I guess the whole purpose of not having the jury there is to tell us what she's going to rule. But why they have to talk to her first before she tells them what she's going to rule, I don't know. Does the court reporter record what is said at sidebar? Yes. Yes, the court reporter does record what happens at sidebar. That's where some very important arguments take place. That's where, so yeah, definitely is recording what's going on there. It's so old, I'm sure it has attic fans like my grandma's house in Mississippi. That thing will cool the house off. Those old houses built different, legal vices. Oh, this is, I mean, rather than the house, this is a courthouse. It's usually just a bunch of, masonry and wood without a lot of thought for insulation back in the day. If I was a court reporter, I don't think I'd want to talk after work. Yeah. Well, see, that's kind of how I am. So I'm surprised that I really have any desire to do YouTube. When I come home, I talk to the dogs for a bit and then I just veg because I've done enough talking throughout the day. Oh, here we go. Let's get it on.
All right. So.
Yes, Judge Beth.
Moving on to the voir dire motion the other day.
Yes.
Or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay, that's very satisfactory.
Commonwealth
Dr.
argued that
Meemaw
they
gets
were
to testify.
not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So, okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so are they ready to come in? Thank you.
All right, so there we have it. Dr. Mima, Dr. Russell gets to testify. She gets to testify, but is limited in scope to whether the marks on O'Keefe's arm are the result of an animal bite or scratch. The two biomechanical engineer guys, Dr. Wolf, the first guy, he gets to testify. The second guy, can't remember what his name was. The second guy, she hasn't made up her mind yet. So she's gonna reserve her judgment on the second biomechanical expert, and she'll let us know next week.
For the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of.
Maybe today.
Defendants shall be heard by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out. It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun from the windows. It should
Why don't
be
you
fine.
close the blinds,
The
babe?
county
You ever
has
thought
done
of
a
that?
Really terrific job of making.
I've always
sure
wondered
that
why
they
she
got
hasn't
this
shut the
building,
blinds.
nice and cool for us today. So I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Tuesday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? Everyone said no.
No, it's not that he can't testify. She hasn't decided yet.
So
She's
may we
going to
call the
decide
witness,
next
please?
week.
Trooper Guarino, please.
Oh, Trooper Guarino's going back on the stand.
Same situation. Be mindful to step up. Take standing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
And
God?
while he's doing that, Elaine Bredoff for the $2 says, yes, they record everything. Showed my greatness. And Pinochet's helicopter tours with the $5. Fighting with the state to allow a ballot measure to allow citizens to impanel a grand jury in Massachusetts. Also want 351 cities, towns to form. some
Whenever
dark
you're ready,
chambers.
Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to
Oops.
both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I can't remember the life of me how to spell this dude's name. It was kind of had an odd spelling. We'll just call him Trooper.
I'm showing you a document, asking to review that with a couple of minutes.
Okay.
What? What, Straubs?
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's
You have to do
What
dog
do you
toy
recognize
rescue.
that to be?
sorry. Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Okay.
Oh my God, a sidebar already. What did I miss? Good grief. All right, we successfully rescued Strawberry's toy from underneath another toy. So any chewing you hear now is Strawberry chewing on a bone. All right, that's been a riveting beginning to the testimony today. Yes, this is the kill me guy. Yes, this is the guy who was caught on the open mic going, kill me. This is kill me guy. He's impersonating a bald officer. Yeah, well, there's been a couple non-officery types, but they still haven't called the main medical examiner, and I'm expecting that to be their next and possibly last witness. Oh, I'm sure he knows about the hot mic incident now. I'm sure he was made very, very much aware of that. That mosquito bite is right between my shoulder blades. Okay, let's go, Lally. Boop. Boop. Boop again. Is that Zoom that's
Yes.
booping?
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts' call log.
And that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Voice
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move the seat to introduce and the bid is the next.
Okay.
No objection.
It's 6:34.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Trooper
Yes.
Screech, will you
What do you
please
recognize
read
that
from
to
the
be?
record?
This is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move the seat to introduce and the bid is the next. No objection.
Slowly, you really do need.
Yes, Mr. Lally, please speak louder so that the witness Screech can hear you clearly.
And may I approach, oh, I'm sorry.
Can you all hear Strawberry chewing on her bone?
My apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, ask you to look at that, look up when you finish.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
God, that's like the 8th time he's asked that already.
That is the next exhibit. We have no objection.
6:36.
God.
I'm sorry, may I have the last one? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God. Can't you just do everything all at once?
Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish a portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3.
Oh, some more thrilling and riveting text messages.
And do you have that before you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan?
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m.
And I killed him. Oh, wait.
Laura, I
She didn't
can't
say
stop
that.
crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m. Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m.
Thanks. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 to 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. To page 28 to 29, who's that conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
These are conversations from the early.
Text messages from beyond the grave.
These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by us, see you later.
Uh-oh. That's
At
damning.
1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Cucking alone. Yikes. That's an unfortunate.
Thank you. May I approach this to retreat?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
I didn't. Lally needs a moment. And while he's doing that, I'm going to fire up my cigar. And for those of you that are wondering, this is a Carl Malone whiskey barrel aged cigar.
May I approach?
Yes.
Come on, you stupid lighter.
I'm showing you two documents. And Mr. Officer, we can put those.
Yes, these are the former Utah Jazz extraordinaire number 32 Carl Malone cigars.
You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which.
Yep.
which one this is.
Here's the cutter.
For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the, looks like the 29th.
Probably, I would guess.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
1/29/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds
Good.
a.m. on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call. And that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
What? What, Randy? Just act out the text messages. Mime the text messages.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regards to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's
Mark,
phone?
what, if anything,
in
off on your
relation
business,
to,
on your bingo
voicemails
card?
left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, mark off what, if anything, on your business. I said business card again. Damn it! On your bingo card. So far, we've got lawyer calls for sidebar and what, if anything, on your bingo card. If you don't have a bingo card, it's pinned right up there at the top of the chat. Generate your bingo card and
Yes.
play along.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay. It's 6:37.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we were able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay, we get to hear what the voicemails
Time
were.
each one is.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's gonna be a transcript of the actual recordings, I wonder.
And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please.
All right, mark off siren outside of court on your bingo card.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
What are we listening to?
Now, Trooper Guarino,
Oh, well,
with reference to the
that
third
proves
message,
murder.
what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone. Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm telling you, a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want. Fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time?
How
was
is
that
her
received by,
saying nobody knows
Mr.
where you
O'Keefe's
are? Your
phone?
kids are
1:02
alone.
a.m.
How does that prove she
Ms.
murdered?
Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please?
She's yelling at him going, your damn kids are here
There was
alone.
no content. They were just like a 1 second long message.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
37, 2, yeah, 1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
Pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23
Right.
a.m.
She thinks he's out with another chick.
Gentlemen, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. Gentlemen, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m., from your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, I need someone to be 34 years ago, getting out, to the capital now. Weird one. I don't see what it is terrible. I need
I'm not understanding a single word of this last message. What is that rhythmic chunk, chunk, chunk thing? I'm just more curious what that rhythmic thumping is. Windscreen wipers. Ooh, aren't you snazzy? Robert is a painter. Yes, it is windshield wipers.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
It's the crime scene.
Now,
Telling
Trooper
the story,
Guarino, in
waiting for the
addition
action.
to the 53 phone calls that you testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
Believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad, and then when I looked at it in Cellbrite, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Also, maybe you don't know what
Now, sir,
you're talking
you
about.
testified the other day that upon your review of the
Fair
defendant's
enough.
extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone.
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
Objection, move to strike.
Yep, so-
Yeah, but
so
when?
What can you tell us about that?
well, for GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us
When was it
locations in the
turned
phone.
off?
So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection,
When?
move to strike.
Well, about
No, make him say
Now,
when
with
it was
respect to Mr. O'Keefe's
turned
phone,
off.
what, if any, analysis?
My
with
location
respect
services
to
are turned off too.
GPS,
'Cause
and
what
or
location
health data?
services?
Well, let me ask you this from your training and experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices. What is health data in a cell phone? How is that reported? And
The
what, if
implication
anything,
is she
that's
turned off her
So
GPS
in an iPhone,
right before
you
the
can have
murder so
health
she
data.
could murder the shit out of him, which is stupid.
to use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Ooh, look at me, I'm doing steps.
Now,
I'm doing
with respect
steps.
to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
I'd like to take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the Cellbrite extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection.
So I need a foundation.
Mr. Guarino, over the course of this investigation, your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance
No, this is
video,
prosecution
things
witness.
of that nature, as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time, just past 6 a.m., when it was.
So let's hear the question.
Cool, that's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Zelle.
You're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there were essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of the distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report, just those
Yes,
numbers?
we have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And while he's referring, excuse me, Nicolina 777 with a $5 super chat. She was mad he never came
Sir,
back
if
to
you
the house
could,
and left her
just,
there. I would have called and
listen
raged
to the jury
too.
what you
It's the
found.
East Coast
Yes.
way. It's the every woman way.
So at 12:11
Thank you so
and 9
much.
seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At at 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with
So he
respect.
stopped
to
moving
what's
at
listed as
12:32.
steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
No, it's
What is
completely,
this?
wildly
Uh,
inaccurate.
Like I said, the phone has internal measures.
Wow.
The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movement. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry, as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So, like Cellbrite, Axiom will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters, and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank you.
report for the numbers?
Go ahead.
It's a 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Axiom.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the
There we
iPhone
go.
tries to use
Thought my
multiple
light
things
was
to get
too
you the
bright.
best area of location where you're at.
Now I'm not going blind.
I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as the
Okay, Screech, that
degree of
wasn't very
accuracy,
interesting.
what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, no, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
It's the Salem
I'm
witches.
turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m. It has a certain accuracy and it was traveling at a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Mark
Sorry,
off
man.
lip smacking
Thank you.
witness on your bingo card. This guy is lip smacking too much for my liking. I almost got him for it last time, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. But he's just doing some serious lip smacking today.
What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks.
And by the way, just so you know, we are at going off of Alita Legal Vices
Now, sir, if I
count,
could turn your
we are
attention to May 8th,
nearing
2023.
2,000.
Where did you go with relation to
Wow.
this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Mark
Now-
off who, if anyone.
What was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
How the
And what, if any,
distance that would
tools
be.
did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SARTOPO. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
The big long
And from
tape
that, as
measure
far as
that's in the big
determination
thing.
of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of Canton PD and the Canton PD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that's from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Road, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
Yeah, about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Okay, so he
Now,
arrives
eventually,
at
when you had all of these
at
points,
Hubbard's
as far
house
as
at
the
12:24.
record of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m.
exactly. Those of you that
34
watched the
Fairview's
Daryl
put into
Brooks
Waze.
trial, the prosecution did an amazing job of that. They just put up a
Proceeds
big
down
map that
Dedham
shows
Street,
where he was.
takes a
at
left
each
onto
time.
Oakdale Road. It goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft.
This means
As
nothing
he's going
to
by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile
I
away
already
from
said to mark
34
off lip
Fairview at this
smacking
point.
witness on your bingo card.
They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, again, you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording in the health data of descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone initially, the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct? Yes. What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, excuse me, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and
Mark off body on lawn, body on
Can I read
front
the
lawn,
exact
mark
location?
that off the bingo card.
All right.
Say kill me.
So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood, 34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31. It's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. 32 seconds shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again shrinking back in as the signal gets better. Covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we were within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet.
That would be Yoda snoring. Strawberries still
Not
awake.
counting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, What time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time periods did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That fourth second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the fifth and sixth second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home.
But you
There's
just
no lat
said they're
long
not that
listed.
accurate.
It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained. The objection sustained.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mayor Proctor?
Yes.
All right. We've got another lawyer-requested sidebar. So just to catch everybody up here, if you're playing the Karen Reed Murder Bingo with us, if you're not, go up to the link at the top of the chat and click on the Generate Your Bingo Card link and follow the instructions. Right now on your bingo card, you should have marked off lawyer calls for sidebar. What, if anything? Who, if anyone? Lip smacking witness, siren outside of court, and body on front lawn. Those are your bingo cards.
Okay. You recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before you.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load into Google Earth.
Yeah, Proctor?
Yes.
Almost teaching.
Okay,
Objection.
thank you.
6:30.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this? Jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In fact, Trooper, if you're more comfortable standing for some of your testimony, you certainly can.
Thank you, Holly.
I'm gonna be good. Enlarge that just a bit.
Oh, now you introduce
There
the
should be
map.
a laser pointer up on the stand.
Introduce
Before you-
this first, and then just walk us through the map. Done.
First of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route. And then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here. It's not much better. The waterfall bar is right up. I can't really tell, honestly, from this, but it's
You
on
can't
Washington
tell
Street.
where the
That's
bar
it's
is
down
on
here.
your
Sorry.
own fucking
That's why I
map,
included
dude.
an overview of everything, so you could see
Oops.
the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
All right, if I may, if it's possible, I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
He created this map and he
I don't know
can't
if this is
find
gonna work any better,
landmarks
but if I
on
could
it.
ask. if
Good
the
job,
lights back
buddy.
on, just so the witness can see
Sure.
what's before him, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
And so again, sir, Trooper, I'm sorry, now with, visible before you, if you could just, indicate again what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go, and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of 5 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
So
Sir, what are we looking at in this slide?
So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22, 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in Cellbrite.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle, which is attached to the
If you
left.
could look this way, please.
Attached to the left.
Look this
crack,
way,
explain
talk
to the
this
jury What that
way.
is, and what that signifies.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis, and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Yeah, there we go.
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again,
And that's
this
the
is where all
filled-in
points are
swimming
for
pool in the backyard
federation.
there.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength, and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is plot 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out and encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
So it's wildly inaccurate.
Again, sir, this is the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds.
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Just go if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349 at 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Coming if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at. And this, in particular, in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy.
So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in.
But it still
It
encompasses
actually
the
gets
front
better.
door to the house.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Yep. And so he could still have been in the house.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So 34 Fairview is here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house. But everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing again. GPS point's still saying it's right there where his body was. But again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside.
His body
only
there,
of the
or
house.
were you just told that's where his body
So
was?
the signal strength strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Mr. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point of number 346, the same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Mr. Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
Mr. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide.
Exactly, Daily Quick Bites.
Again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25, 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else.
So it's inaccurate
in that
is what you're
neighborhood.
saying.
Mayor Proctor.
Yes.
Okay, Jason Statham, you're looking agitated back there.
Do you have that last document?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom. So I used both programs to map it.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit. Go, Chair.
Okay. That's one.
Oh yeah, mark off marks on O'Keefe on your bingo card too, because Bev talked about that earlier when she was talking about limiting the scope of Dr. Russell's expert
May I
test.
return to the witness stand?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may we publish this to the jury?
Yes, with the lights on still?
I think so. I think so. Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes, so again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 34 to 34 Fairview down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Fairview, excuse me, Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on it.
And again, sir, I'm sorry, just from the timing of the plotting of the points, purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular line, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, or how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, goes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
Tell me if I could have the next slide. And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about a 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir, as far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what?
I will be back in about 2 minutes. Hang tight.
Again, like
I'm
I
sure
said,
I'm not
in
gonna
this
miss
area
anything.
here, there's about a 20-foot drop. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So as I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a speedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Let's go in if I could have the next slide. Is Trooper Guarino, what are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19:32. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 values searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview's down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
And the next slide. Let's go.
This is the same map, but just minus the tracks. The tracks graphic.
I'm sorry, Trooper, I lost track of what page we're on. Are there any other pages in that exhibit for you?
No, that's the last one.
May I approach this retriever?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh, sorry to leave you at a sidebar moment. Just went to get
Guarino,
some.
we're going to take our morning break. You
Okay.
just have to stick around, but you can file out when the
How
jury does.
exciting!
So
Ooh.
juries, the lawyers and I have something that we have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. I hear it's nice
Ooh.
and cool
What
down.
did
The jury
what did I
will break.
miss? What are they?
So we're gonna take a
Yeah,
half
case
hour,
dismissed.
45 minute break.
Why? What are they talking about? What happened? Fill me in. Do I need to go back? Do I need to go back and rewatch it? I would have been back sooner, but I got a sneezing fit going. I didn't turn the cam on. Hi, guys.
Yes.
You are muted.
All right, not sure what the courts. Oh, hey, mark off Ceiling Dion on your bingo card. For those of you that aren't.
Hey there, Karen
No,
Reed, trial
go away.
watchers. This is another law.
Let's get rid of you. Let's make you. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Another 30-minute long, 15-minute break. All right, we'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure what I missed, but there was a question about something, and they need to. Oh, sorry, microphone squeaked. Trust me, that was the microphone. All right, we are on the break now. So, however long it takes is however long it takes. Mark's Ceiling Dion. Again, if this is your first time here, if you're not familiar with it, we've named the ceiling fan Ceiling Dion. So if you're following along on your bingo card, you should have lawyer calls for sidebar, what if anything, lip smacking witness, Ceiling Dion, marks on O'Keefe, siren outside of court, who if anyone, and body on front lawn. I just need a Darth Vader mic breathing witness to get a bingo. All right, that's it for the bingo card. Now, got a couple things here. First, Pinochet's helicopter tours with the $2. Thank you so very much. The witness is James Badge Dale from The Departed. Ooh, have I seen The Departed? The Departed. I have, but it has been a million years, so I don't know. Yeah, okay, I've seen it, but God, that was a long time ago. Oh, and no, I just instead of bringing up the chat that I wanted to bring up an hour ago, I unmarked it. So now I have to find the deal here. It was a super chat from Jill M's. I said it came in like over an hour ago. Jeff, this is what Jill asked us. I'm sorry, I can't bring it up because I just unclicked it and I'd have to go back a billion years in chat to find it. But Jill M's with a $5 super chat asked, so Jeff, if she's found not guilty, can she sue them? By them, I assume you mean the police. Yes-ish. You can. I mean, the Supreme Court recently, a couple of years ago, sort of made it easier in 2022 to sue the police in cases where you're put through the ringer and then ultimately they drop the charges. But also, if you're found not guilty, you can sue the police. But just because you can sue the police doesn't mean you're automatically going to win if you're found not guilty. You have to, generally speaking, I don't know what the laws in Massachusetts are, but generally, you would have to show that not only are you innocent, which, if you're found not guilty, that takes care of that one, but also that the police had no probable cause to charge you and bring you to trial. So unfortunately, when you have a grand jury indictment, the grand jury sort of serves to meet the burden of establishing probable cause, because that's exactly what the grand jury is supposed to do. They're supposed to say either there is probable cause to charge you and try you, or there's not probable cause. So if you're in a place where like here, you have a grand jury that said, yes, there is probable cause to bring someone to trial, to charge them and bring them to trial, it makes it much more difficult. You would have to prove essentially that it was malicious prosecution and there was clearly no grounds whatsoever to bring you to trial. So to make a long answer a little bit shorter, yes, she could sue if she's found guilty. It would likely not be successful. I just, my gut feeling, because they could say, hey, the grand jury found a probable cause to bring them to trial, and we have to do our duty. We did our duty. The jury did their duty, and she was found not guilty. So yeah, it is possible, but it would be very, very difficult, I think. Hey, Nick Starro is here. Nick Starro, everybody. The GPS makes a slight slope for a flight of stairs that easily. How come that wasn't registered anywhere else but outside of the Fairview 34? The cell phones and their tracking is not that accurate. And again, the health stuff, I really hate the health tracker stuff, because it's a running joke amongst guys that, I got in 3,000 or 6,000 steps this morning before I went to work, when if you do this, that's going to give you steps. So that's the running joke there. You jerk off and you get 3,000 steps. It's all wildly inaccurate. But interesting thing is, and several people mentioned this in chat, we have a bigger problem. The keystroke guy, the key turning guy, he said they testified that she killed him at 12:45 a.m. Yeah, according to their the key turning on and off, and then matching the times and the locations and all this. They have fixed 12:45 a.m. as the time that she hit him and murdered him with her vehicle. But this guy here, Mr. Kill Me, he has just placed her at home, connecting to at John O'Keefe's home, connecting to his Wi-Fi at 12:36. A full 9 minutes before he was supposedly hit by her car. That creates a very big problem in the timeline. So, if she's home connected to his Wi-Fi at 12:36, she can't be out murdering him with her vehicle at 12:45. And also we've got we got a lot of problems here. Those voicemail, I don't know how Lally thought that those voicemails were proving that she was in the process of murdering him with her vehicle. She goes to his house, he doesn't show up, and she's like, "Where the are you? Your kids are here. Your kids are here alone. You're not here. You out with some other woman, you perv? If you're out with some other woman, I'm done. Go fuck yourself, you weirdo." I mean, things like that. That is a woman who is pissed that her boyfriend is not home and she assumes probably maybe out with banging some other chick instead of being home with her and his kids. I didn't hear anything on there that would suggest that she was creating an alibi for herself or she was ready to murder him or anything like that. This guy, I think, has done a great deal of harm to the prosecution's already bad case. Yeah, that is Tam the man. You are probably not incorrect here. They'll put one witness on and say the data is absolutely accurate, and then they'll put someone else on the stand and say the data is not accurate. Pinochet's helicopter tour with another $5 chat. Thank you so much, Pinochet's helicopter tour. You're quite generous this evening. Thank you very much. Well, my evening, probably your morning. Thank you so much for that. The Nuremberg defense or a claim of superior orders couldn't be used by World War II bad guys. Qualified immunity claims should be considered automatic guilt. Okay. That's a fairly radical idea. But the prosecutors have the ultimate ability to go, nah. My cigar went out due to inattention. The prosecution, they have the ultimate ability to go, all right, we're just not going to do this. We don't believe it. There's just not enough. We don't think we're going to win. We're going to dismiss the charges. That it's ultimately them. I just think this guy did a lot more damage than good to the prosecution, and their case already sucked to begin with, as far as I'm concerned. The voicemails prove nothing, says Jules. I hope the jury has some critical thinkers on it. I'm sure they do. But who knows? Juries are wild, untamed animals. They can go rogue at any time. A cigar is tunnel Jeff start over. No, that is a perfect end on it. It's quite nice. Just got the ash on the little ring of ash. If you knock that off, it's a very nice burn. This Carl Malone cigar is quite a very nice cigar. It's 2.3 miles from Fairview to John's house, for whoever asked. Okay, I was going to ask that. How long would it take to get there? So about 5-6 minutes, I would guess. Maybe 10 in a snowstorm. You answered a question I was way too shy to ask. Which question was that, Angela Halo? Which question were you too shy to ask? And Lisa Wambeck, thank you so much for the Canadian 279. That is an oddly specific number, 279. Is there a particular reason for that? I'm curious. It was a storm. When did he check the GPS location? Well, that was a thing. He testified that, bad weather. Oh, mark off. Yeah, I think we can mark off bad weather on the bingo card because he testified the GPS accuracy can be affected by adverse weather. And Tanny, what's up, Tanny Simmons? How are you? Are we on cross? Nope, not yet. We're still slogging through direct on this guy. And this guy's all over the map. He's reading text messages. He's talking about GPS data. He's talking about health data. This guy is testifying all over the damn map. Are we on cross? Nope. Tempted to leave until the defense. Don't leave, Tanny. Please don't leave. Don't leave me here alone. And paralegal Liz, who's been a member for 10 months. Love you, Jeff. Don't be mad at Liz. I'm not mad at Liz. Oh, God. Smoke went right up my nose. Ooh. God. Just as I was exhaling, a little breeze gusted it right at my nose. Right. My bingo card is putting up a good fight. Mine, too. I'm close to getting a couple of bingos, but it's resisting. What does it mean when a cigar is whiskey oak barrel aged? They actually they take the tobacco leaves and they age the tobacco leaves in a whiskey barrel. There's not like whiskey in the barrel, but it's still in the wood, and you still get a lot of the whiskey notes can get into the cigars, can soak into the cigars from the staves in the barrel. So yeah, they pack empty whiskey barrels full of tobacco leaves, and they let them age there for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, whatever, and then they roll cigars out of them. Also, is that what you said? Yes, that's what I said. This is a Karl Malone, former Utah Jazz guy. It's his Karl Malone cigars. They're whiskey barrel aged. It's really quite good. Midsummer tomorrow. I might join Jeff's show. Absolutely blitzed on aquavit and sacrifice. Yes, get the sacrifice, the blood going. We need that. Midsummer tomorrow for those folks way up north in Northern Europe. I've seen the movie, as I mentioned in text message, Nick. If your friends start disappearing, ask questions and leave. Don't go, oh, dude, our friends just suddenly disappeared. Oh, well, let's stay here in this weird, creepy commune. Don't do that. I've seen the movie. I know how it ends badly. You'll become a sex slave for some ancient woman. Run. Wasn't Midsommar just like the worst movie ever? The first 20 minutes were great, and the last 7.5 hours were awful. It's a drama documentary. Yes, don't ask questions, just leave. Oh, God, I hated that movie. That was terrible. I'm back. Should I just skip to live or speed? No, don't go back through Lally. Nothing of any substance has been talked about. They just keep talking about theoretical deals like, this is where it was, and this is the area of accuracy, which encompasses the house. He could have been in the house, and still, is he killed in the house and drug outside, or is he killed outside? Does it really matter? And what have they shown to prove that Karen Reed had anything to do with his death? That's good advice for visiting Sweden in general. Don't ask questions, just leave. That's mean. I think I saw Sasquatch. Well, join the club. Oh yes, he tested about the Apple Watch. But as he called it, the iWatch, I believe he called it. Let's see. I'm confused. Is this trial trying to become a reality show? As far as we know, Sasquatch could have killed John O'Keefe. You're not incorrect. I literally have seen nothing credible to indicate that Karen Reed had anything to do with it. I don't believe those tail light pieces came there at the scene at that time by any stretch of the imagination. I've seen too many of the videos showing a perfectly intact taillight. I've heard 2 major prosecution witnesses say that it was cracked and a small piece was missing, but it was not shattered. So I don't believe that the taillight pieces had anything to, were contemporaneous with the act with him dying. I firmly believe they were put there later. You take those away, and what do you got for Karen Reed's guilt? Nothing. Excuse me while I cough. Crazy Eyes Lady did it. Which one is Crazy Eyes Lady? Case is being dismissed after this break. Oh, part of me hopes so, because we could get done with this and Karen Reed could go free. And another part of me hopes not, because then I would have to think of something else to talk about tomorrow. Hey, Jeff and chat. Hey, Taz, what's up? This trial will be made into a Netflix movie. Loud music over the red light being scattered. Loud, dramatic music. I mean, all joking aside, I would fully expect this to be a Netflix movie or documentary of some sort. Jen McCabe, is she the crazy-eyed woman? That makes sense. Wait a second. Anyone could have killed John O'Keefe, including Jennifer McCabe. Okay, Jennifer McCabe is the crazy eyes. All right. Say just crazy eyes doesn't really narrow it down, but Jennifer McCabe. All right. If he didn't live at the murder scene, who did? I just came in with no information of prior days of evidence. Should I go back and watch the other days? Yeah. All 27 of them. Yeah. The deceased is a Boston police officer who was found dead on the front lawn of another Boston police officer. And no one suspected the Boston police officer. And apparently he died while there was a bunch of Boston police officers and firefighters and whatnot in the house. None of them gave a shit. None of them came out. None of them were investigated or questioned. The house wasn't searched, nothing. They're just like, all right, there's a dead cop on the front yard. Cool. So yeah, this is an interesting trial. The days are long and there's been a lot of them, but this is one trial that I can, without reservation, say go back and watch from day one, the whole thing. This is a very, very fascinating trial. Wonder if Bev's seen the car move after spending the weekend with the evidence. Yeah, that was weird that we all saw the car move but she didn't. I didn't see the car move this time. And saddle up Vicky Sue with the $5 again. Thank you so much. Dreamt of all the different bourbon cigars you can try on the bourbon trail. Cigars in one hand, bourbon on shots in the other. Leave Solo at home. Unless you have the red Solo cup shot glass, then please feel free to bring that. How are we doing? I'm gonna do some math here. We got to be getting close to dog cam, don't we? Let me see here. That's 25 times 100 equals plus 52,000 divided by oops. Lawyer math. Nope, I screwed up. Let me try that again. I have to do so many things here. No. Sorry. Bear with me, please. 5 times 5 is 25 times that equals 32 plus 52 divided by Okay, so all of that to show that we are 35 away from Doggo Cam. That's where we are. $35 away from Doggo Cam. Lally should have hired Nora Roberts to write his narrative. That's funny. That's actually funny. Lorax is greater than Officer Paul, Trooper Paul, at maths and stuff. I am, and that's scary as shit. That's really, really scary. Then I probably actually am better at math than him. Sonia Chris is gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. There you go. That is so super generous. Thank you so much, Sonia Chris, for gifting the 5 Legal Vices membership. And who got them? Robert is a painter got one. Sola 1776, Lady Tammy, Jake, and Rhonda Crum got the 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you're one of those people, make sure you give them a super special thanks. Sonia Chris, our resident Cajun, deserves a good super special thanks. And it's moving us closer to Doggo Cam. Yay. All right, what do we got here? Oh, yes, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. By the way, we've got 548 people here, 462 likes. Smash that like button. Let's get us up to 600 likes and tell YouTube that, hey, there's something interesting going on over here, and everybody should come over here and watch. And if you haven't, I would urge you to subscribe. This is the midstream grifty subscribe-a-thon. I guess that's what we'll call it. Currently, we have 77,093 subscribers. We need 7 more subscribers to get to 77,100. Let's do that. How about that? That would be awesome. And then take our like and subscribe poll. The question today is, will the prosecution rest their case this week? 27% said yes, 21% say no, and 52% say, why didn't they do that weeks ago? I'm in the why didn't they do that weeks ago camp myself. Because it's been a while, and they need to wrap it up. And wow. Tease T has also just dropped 5 Legal Vices memberships. Tease T, if you are one of these people, make sure you give Tease T a special thanks. Ghosty got one. What's up, Ghost Terrific? Lloyd Miller, Little Gambler, Kitty, and Grifter Wannabe. Well, I've got a gambler and a grifter wannabe all in the same gifted membership. If you're one of those 5 people, make sure you give Tease T a super special Lorax. Thank you. And we've reached that point, people. We've unlocked the first achievement, which we like to call Release the Hose. And that's what we're gonna do. Strawberry, what's up? Hey, girl. Now you're gonna move because you heard your name, huh? Play with your basketball. Boop. There you go. Try not to say her name so she doesn't move. Oh my gosh, Rare in History is also gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. This is a membership-a-palooza we got going here. Give Rare in History a super special thanks if you are whom? Why isn't it coming through? Aha, here we are. Amanda Dennis, Ryan, Not a Tame Lion, Paul Diab, and Oana Maria. Those are the 5 people that got the Rare in the History Legal Vices memberships. And I'm expecting to have a members only stream some point on Sunday, probably Sunday morning. So stand by for more information there. I think, no, I'm probably going to be really, really drunk on Sunday night. At some point, it'll be an impromptu thing, so stay tuned. I'll have to find a place on this weekend. It may very well be Saturday night, late Saturday night, but we will have a members only stream here for June. Yeah, still no bingo here either. Strawberry is Nick's client. Demand is more sausages and more naps. They don't need more naps. The dogs sleep like 23 hours a day. All right, peeps. What other questions do we have here? So this is taking quite some time there. Their sidebar. No bingo. Yeah, I don't think nobody has bingo yet. We've got a lot of things checked off. I'm surprised. Strawberry and Yoda should form a crime fighting duo. Uh-oh. She wants to give she wants some love. She wants to have her head scratched, and I'm ignoring her, so she's whining. And if she gets really, really needy and gets really, really ignored, she'll start scooting her butt along the floor because she knows I'll scratch her butt if she does that. Isn't that right, buddy? Hey, a good dog. Oh, we did have some bingos. Okay, you got bingo with bad weather. All right, I saw someone with bingo earlier. I must have missed it. All right, we'll put the doggo cam back up when she wanders over to her blanket. We train dogs, dogs train us. Yes. We'll put the doggo cam back up as soon as she comes within range again. She's right under the desk right now. So I want to see the dogs dressed as Sherlock Holmes and Watson. They do have Halloween costumes. Yoda has a Yoda costume, and Strawberry has a Darth Vader costume. And they also, wait a minute, and they also have a Yoda has a Superman outfit, and Strawberry has a Wonder Woman outfit. So there you go. Those are their costumes. Okay, well, what did you guys get anything out of this? I've gotten zilch of any use out of this guy today. Didn't get much out of him on Tuesday either. Oh yes, dog cam. Everybody mark off dog cam on your bingo card. Sorry, I guess that's an important one, isn't it? Mark off doggo cam there. Dog cam on your bingo card. So I guess Robert is a painter now has bingo. I need Darth Vader mic breathing or nervous prosecutor cough to get a bingo. Tango and Cash. The text message is read exactly like someone who doesn't know where her man is. I got that out of it. Well, yeah, and then the text messages they read on Tuesday. They had an argument early that morning, like 8 o'clock that morning. And she called him and sent him a bunch of texts throughout the day. And he's like, look, stop calling me. And she called him again. But the text messages were like, why are you treating me like this? Or are we done? Or is it just not there anymore? Is the spark not there anymore? Just let me know what's going on. If you want me to go away, I will. It was all this passive aggressive stuff. None of it pointed to you mother effer. I'm going to murder you the first chance I get. There was nothing like that. It was a typical text fight. It was a text argument. So it's got to be backfiring on the prosecution. They've got to be, okay, you're putting this up as if it's some big smoking gun, some big gotcha, and none of that's happening. Yeah, nothing points to Karen Reed as having the intent to murder her boyfriend. Bev said 30 minutes. Well, did she say 30 minutes? I just heard her say longer than normal. Ah, yes. Island is giving the rundown of how I ended up in Korea. That's a fairly good summary. He's continued to convince me Karen wasn't there when John died and doesn't know he's dead. That's what those phone calls told me. That didn't sound fake. It didn't sound rehearsed. It didn't sound like she was setting up an alibi with those voice messages. It sounded like she was genuinely pissed he wasn't home with her and he wasn't home with his nephews. I mean, with his nephew and niece, is it? Weird. I just got a notification from my US phone. I bet it's another spam phishing thing. My US phone is only active for the limited purpose. Share the chocolate. What the hell is that? Share the chocolate love. Okay. Thank you for that spam message. The only reason I have a US phone now, which I got on my last, I set it up on my last vacation, was because you all kept saying you don't want to give YouTube the money. You wanted to go directly to me. So I set up a PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. So all the links are down there. If you want to send money another way, feel free. Nobody has yet. Nobody's tried out the new system. Maybe they'll do it on the F and Friday stream. So again, tomorrow, speaking of what's coming up, tomorrow court will be half a day. We'll do the half day. We'll do the whole half day live. And then starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will be doing what I call F and Friday. If you're not familiar with that, once a month, we just say F it. We forget about monetization. We just throw caution to the wind. We have a great panel of guests on. They just kind of come and go as they please. Some stay for the whole thing, some stay for a couple minutes, but we have a big panel of guests that rotate through. And it's just a fun way to grift. Every $100 that comes in, we do a shot of whiskey. We see how liquored up you can get me. We get all the grifting out in one day, so we don't have to keep doing it through the rest of the month. But let me pull up the list of people we've got all ready for the F at Friday stream, which as I said, is going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday. We have Danny on direct, Andrea Burkhart, Ari Jacob. We have potentially criminal Sean, Nate the lawyer, Runkle of the Bailey, Aussie Overlord, Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca, Flux, Lady Law 579, Nick Starro, Megan Fox, MG Law, Moxie Dame Jess, Dave Neal from Bachelor Nation, Kaiser Pineapple, Broken Baker, Max Mura, and the one and only inimitable Lincoln Kane. If you don't know who he is, you're in for a treat. Any word on the suitcase lady murder case? Sarah Boone, yes, she has gotten rid of lawyer number 8. And she wrote like a 25-page letter to the court saying, lawyer number 8's being mean to me. She's not doing everything I want. Yeah. Joe can't join us because Joe's Sabbath starts at Friday at sundown. And we will start after sundown on Friday. So Joe is unable to join. That's actually why I do some of we kind of try to alternate months, or at least do the occasional Friday morning F and Friday so that Joe can join. So yeah, there's no trial date set. I don't think they've had a discovery exchange date set for Sarah Boone. She's trying to get lawyer number 9. Oh, was it 50 pages? I thought it was like 25 pages. It was 58 pages. Sorry. I honestly think the court has to step in with Sarah Boone and go, look, we've given you 8 lawyers. We ain't giving you more. You work with one of them or you just don't get one. We've run out of public defenders to give you. 58 pages of her rambling. Hey, Moxie Dame, me, I'll be there. Yes, you will. Steve Gosney has the opportunity to do the funniest thing and win as lawyer number 9. Oh, Joe did get on Angry Cops. I know he was talking about it, but he did go on with Angry Cop. Huh? Cool. I'll have to watch that. What happened with the turtle people? As far as, and I assume you mean the What the Hales community. There hasn't been any developments there yet. We're still waiting on the decision whether or not the judge is going to be removed. I think her deadline for submitting the reasons why the judge shouldn't be recused from the case, I think that deadline has already passed or is coming up very, very soon. So there's been no developments yet in that. Oh, okay, I'm going to have to watch that. It was fun watching my streams cross with Joe on Angry Cops. I like me. Angry Cops is fun. He's a funny guy. On Court TV, what is the Anna Millette case? I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. You're saying the turtle case is going slowly. Yes, it's going at a turtle's pace. And they're tortoises rather than turtles. It passed on June 4th, and I don't know if Jeremy filed his thing on that. All right. Okay. So I knew it was coming up soon, or it had passed. Lynette responded, and now Jeremy has to respond. Okay. That makes sense. All right. That happened when I was on vacation, so I missed it. All right. Well, we're still waiting for the court to come back. We've got the 546 of you here that are waiting on this break to wrap up. I really wish when she's doing things with the lawyers, we got to see what she's doing with the lawyers, because I'm curious. I really want to know what she's doing. And just to recap, if you're wondering how the experts turned out, last Tuesday was voir dire of 3 experts that are supposed to be being called by the defense. The judge made her ruling on 2 of the 3. With regard to Marie Russell, Dr. Marie Russell, she was the one that was a cop, and then she was an emergency room physician. Then she was a pathologist. Then she was a medical professor. Then she was on the medical board in California. Then she's an expert. The judge is going to allow her to testify, but she can only testify regarding whether the marks on O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal bite. That's what she's limited to. And there was the 2 other biomechanical engineer guys that were the accident reconstruction experts that were going to explain exactly what happens to a body when they get hit by vehicles and try to explain what happened in this case. One of them, Dr. Wolf, he gets to testify. But on the second guy, and his name escapes me, the other guy, he's still up in the air. She's going to make her ruling on him next week sometime. So that's the update on the experts for the defense. 2 of them get to testify. 1 is still up in the air. Maybe John was a cutter. Ugh. All right, so scrolling. Have we got all the super? Yes, we've got all the super chats and stuff out of the way. Dr. Wolf is in. Yes, he is. Dr. Wolf is in. Dr. Federalis Agente. Canceled my membership with What the Hales. Haven't been happy with the way he's been ranting about some of his fans. I don't care about the drama and what he's doing. I just care about the legal issues in the cases that he's involved in. I don't care who's yelling at who's doing what, who's butthurt, who's not in his sphere. You know, that's all. That I don't do drama streams and things like that. I just want to focus on the legal aspects and the legal arguments, because it's a wild legal case. Well, all the legal cases he's involved in are interesting. If she was going to try to kill him, why do it in public on a road? Anyone could have driven by. Well, that's one thing. And then also, if you have murdered your boyfriend, okay, she's coming back. If you've murdered your boyfriend and you're going to
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, did that give you enough time?
Don't go to the house in the first place.
All right, so Ms.
Don't go to the
McLaughlin,
murder
why don't I
scene.
hear you just briefly, if you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear, as it rebuts the Bowden defense the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. further that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defense has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits.
Now, remember, one of the charges against her is
It also would go
DUI.
to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for
Goes to
all
her
those
state
reasons, the
of
Commonwealth
mind
would
for
suggest
murder?
that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or
Now
that they should have
look.
investigated anyone else.
All right, and I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Gianetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked that I use proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel. It's been redacted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it. All right, and if I may have that. Thank you very much. Just give me a minute, Ms. Gianetti.
Okay, now look. They're saying that her searching
All
for
right, so this is just that
DUI
a call
lawyer
occurred.
is consciousness of guilt
Right.
and murder.
That a call
If I
was
had
made
murdered
from
my
Michael
boyfriend,
Proctor's personal cell phone number. You
I
can
would
see the
search
last four
for
digits there.
you criminal
To my
lawyer
client
or a
at
murder
1:19
lawyer, not DUI
PM
lawyer.
on January 29th.
Okay.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate potential DUI attorney.
Okay, so focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant, and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which
Getting
is
a
to
lawyer.
look for an attorney
Yep.
for representation. There's zero probative value to that,
Yep.
other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence.
Yep.
That's
I
it.
agree.
There's zero probative value. But
Now, if she had searched for something like how to dissolve a body,
unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial.
oh, good. So
All
she's
right,
not letting
so,
it in.
I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief. Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay.
Tea with the
All right,
$5
let's bring Trooper
internet
Guarino
search.
back in, please.
Yes, they wanted to bring in the fact she
Yes,
searched for
please.
DUI lawyer to prove she murdered her boyfriend. The judge said, nope, too prejudicial. So score 1 for Judge Bevisaurus. Well, Bev got it right this time. Bev got it right this time. They're not. The testimony isn't in.
Trooper, if you have a bad back and you need to stand, just stand at any time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, it's the bingo card is judge cuts off defense questioning, not judge cuts off defense's arguments. Close, but no cigars. Bingo card. Bev got one right. Repent. The end is near. I'm actually surprised she did that. I mean, it's clearly the correct answer. Because searching for a DUI lawyer when you know the cops are going to come and talk to you certainly isn't evidence of a murderous, guilty mind. But I'm kind of surprised she did, given her past track record. Oh, yeah. I was the one that started out saying she's not nearly as bad as most people seem to think she is. Give her the benefit of the doubt. She's just running a tight courtroom. But that all went out the window a few days ago, several days ago, a week or so ago, when I said, yeah, okay, you're all right. She is a bad judge. Well, she cut him off, Jules, because she's like, I don't need to hear anymore. I'm ruling in your favor. And I've seen it where lawyers will actually argue themselves into a loss. Where the judge is on their side, they keep arguing, and then they eventually convince the judge that the judge shouldn't agree with them. So I don't have a problem with her cutting him off here. I'm on your side. I'm going to rule in your favor. Stop talking. Right, Jake 80 buck. After you've sold it, stop selling. Yep, the criminal still is roaming around. That's kind of my take on it at this point.
Hey, be seated. Close back a second.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination begins now.
Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Get your stuff off my lectern now.
Thanks.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015.
Yes, I did.
And you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars.
That is also not true.
Okay, well,
Webinars.
you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah. Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They
didn't
just had
ask
it
you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations.
Oh my
correct?
God. Introduction to cell phone investigation.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes,
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You
That's not
hold
what he
no
had.
degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
Yeah,
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
not
No.
yet.
All right. Well, as a Norwood
That's my new
police
answer to
officer for
everything,
10
not yet.
years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you can say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well, but
then
let's say you've completed your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following. Quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
what
don't get
scene
to
it's.
explain, sir,
Oh.
respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Good point.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Oh,
Ms.
can you read the
Giannetti.
first two lines? of that?
Let him grab it.
Go.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the
Well,
phone.
you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not a scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
You don't think it was? Okay. Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't
On
know where
scene?
it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from, like the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Oh my
So,
God, dude.
You described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office. Yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discuss in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
Right. That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
More
Well,
than a year later?
I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
For Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the action report?
Yeah, no, any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed, where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the
Where?
latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sarasota when we went to
Which
see.
report is that?
That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page. That would be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9. Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on. Would you agree with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No.
Oh my
I'm
God,
asking
dude.
you about a report that you authored that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph
Now,
12. I'm sorry. It says, Trooper Proctor and I began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm not
location.
asking you to read it.
Okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our,
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
yes,
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah,
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I use Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving according to that data at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact timeframes that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and
Okay,
they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here,
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry.
Okay.
I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand. So,
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the
I
office.
asked. I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in
I
your
know it's
investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.,
that is correct.
All right. And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, After John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the
Yes. Let's
jury
talk about
has
these
heard and they've been
voicemails.
introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you would agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
you learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or down stairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12 at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds.
Dog needs.
And then you-
Oh, yes, from the help. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered, yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right. So let's
no way to prove.
let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
That's not the question, dumbass. That's why he's asking the question.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
No, the data couldn't possibly show that because he was in the car.
Between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data,
that's why he's asking
you don't know where those 170 steps took
disprove
place
he was in the
within
car
that
based
10
on the
minutes,
data.
correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? We just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. That's right, 12:24 and 22 seconds was
Stop
the ending for the
nitpicking.
stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately. the same
Approximately,
time.
yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that said specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do
Well,
you
good. We
stand
got through
by
that without hedging
the
any
statement
answers.
that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Celebrate has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So, assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, with the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house, I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, what I'm
I'm confused.
I'm strictly.
Yeah, we know
asking
you're
you just
confused. You're trying to be
look at
too
the data.
clever.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, may be helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep
I
saying.
did. I'm
All I'm hearing is
Apple
data.
Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data, Ms. Dean, he's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame
You're
that I
more
wrote in
than
my report
slightly
for that
confused.
12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Celebrate shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So that's what it's shown. I
Okay.
can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay? If you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Why do they go to sidebar every time I have to go somewhere and sneeze? Dang it. I'm just about done with his witness and his shady BS, his answers and things. It's getting old, and it just looks bad. I mean, it doesn't matter how direct the question is. Did you say this in your report dated May 25th? Which report? Your report of May 25th. My report of May 25th. It's a stall tactic, and it serves 2 purposes. It's a stall tactics, and it's just him being an asshole. It's him being a dick, trying to think he's He's being extra clever. He's being smarter than Yannetti, which I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to try. Yannetti's not dumb, and he's doing that just on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. You just need to time your sneezes better. I don't have any tissue here. I should just bring like the box of tissues in here. He's a mentally deficient person. He's a mentally deficient pussy frog.
Aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
An iPhone?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Coca-Cola
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
With regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
Wow. Yoda just came in,
with me that
checked it out, and left
sometimes
again.
The clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
Okay, I didn't know that the internal phones in iPhones could be off by as much as 3 minutes. That's actually interesting.
Okay, Trooper, I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
So it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Yannetti? How are we going to refer to that?
It could be called, a printout regarding 3434.
Okay.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
640.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, Well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. Didn't look through Cell. Actually, I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay. But certainly
I didn't
that
even
would
know
have
there
been
was
available
3
to you
different
had you
clocks
looked at
inside
it,
a
correct?
phone.
Well, this is but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The
and I'm-
information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right.
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain. Let me just have a minute. It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes.
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure.
More sidebarring. Hopefully this will be short. We've got about another 40 minutes before they go to lunch. We'll have to see how this plays out. Again, don't just hammer the witness with what you've got to hammer them with. Don't. Well, as we said earlier here, when you're selling, stop selling when you sold it. Don't go too far. We see that a lot with lawyers, and I think Yanetti's done it a couple of times where at some point it just becomes he's beating a dead horse. It's not the best of the cross examinations, but I still think it's very good. He's showing inconsistencies in the phone. He's showing inconsistencies and problems with the report and with what the report's based on. So I think it's satisfactory. It's a good cross examination, but it's not stellar. Right, Laura. Virtually all of the prosecution's witnesses have been very, very polite, kind, and to the point on direct. And then when in cross-examination, they just get feisty.
You would agree with me that
they start balking.
The full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, It was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
All right. Page 2, I made some more. Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't
Can I close with that?
approach the witness with that? Okay, show it to Mr. Lally first.
So I'm gonna see if I can
Yeah.
place this before you without destroying the
I got it.
computer.
Yep.
Sorry, sir. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is you could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Cellbrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report, on page 2, you state, quote, "In my initial Celebrate UFED reader report," and then you put version 7.53.0.29, "that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?"
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23:0?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Yes, this is Lally's expert. Well, no, yeah. It's not really the expert. He's the officer that conducted the search. But yes, this is Lally's witness.
Can I approach you on?
Yes.
May I just give him one good bitch slap while I'm here?
Thanks.
All right, sir, I placed before you a document. Could you familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts?
I have a call log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23:0.
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with, doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall, marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
It It just says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered? Okay. May I have that marked for identification, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Cellbrite report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir?
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now going back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the two searches that we discussed, how long TI die in CIKD and how long to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrate, and
Sorry, that
dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong dying cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is your memory being
So I'm placing
refreshed?
before you what has been marked as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
That was marked by Celebrate as deleted, was it not?
yes.
All right. And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you'd familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco and then again, coming from wall files, correct.
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrate, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
I would be.
You both.
Objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already.
Why for identification?
No, I understand. I believe Mr.
HOS.
McKay's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicates.
I understand.
So what
Fair enough.
I'll do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point we find where this is and we will mark this like A to whatever
Okay.
the
That makes a lot of
whatever
sense.
the number is.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bates, if you could display what was marked Y for identification. And, Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right, and with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Oh. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds?
Yes.
Listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
It's listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
Worry about why on redirect.
That appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes,
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes,
also listed as answered,
yes,
and also marked deleted, correct?
yes, and there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And again, Your Honor, if I may approach to show something that's on a computer screen.
Oh, yeah, we should be marking off an internet search on our bingo card,
I've
shouldn't we?
placed
A
before
long
you
time ago.
what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls
Here.
that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file. This is it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top, it would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
That's not what he asked.
And with regard to the
just asked
calls
your
that were
names on
marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question?
Can you
please
help
answer
this
it.
trial
With the
move
data
along?
given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
Well, that was defensive. No.
As I said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022,
Yes.
all right? You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, reading.
Oh my God, it's
Yes,
starting
that's what I was
again.
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you. With regard to my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors, other than to John O'Keefe, to whom
No,
did Ms. Reed
not
place phone
really.
calls between
I'm going
12
to have to
a.m.
change the
and
extreme
4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
cross-examination just to witness
Her
being
parents
a dick on
twice. There
cross-examination.
2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon, but again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and time stamped, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. If I may have a moment?
Yes.
Sorry.
Done? Yep, he's done.
Yes.
Oh God, redirect.
Okay, thank you.
But watch his comprehension of the questions increase dramatically.
And Trooper Guarino, you were asked about your qualifications as far as certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin motor vehicle forensics, advanced database. The class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes deeper into the database searching. SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point in time, did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
That doesn't
Now,
sound very
with
good.
regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday bag?
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11 something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there's only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So
now, as far as what you provide to one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor, can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Graykey or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data in the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones.
Need to mute my mic.
For John O'Keefe's until the 31st, and then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Now, you were asking questions about Mr. Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for this case?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
That was me moving my microphone stand.
I'm going to allow this.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it
moved it.
parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
Sure.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
Okay. Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct?
Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them and they escalated it up and he reached out to us to help us.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy,
iWatch.
and I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
Now, from that same information, as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you, that's now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file that's the database it pulled from. So it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze is started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so, again, sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Giannetti showed you, what, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Cellbrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Cellbrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrate that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61, so that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as all files or write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file, and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. Just it auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you were showing in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellbrite reports in relation to any of the phones, in this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by.
Well, we'll be done here in about 5 minutes.
Following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to
No,
stop.
we're right here.
So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is
Luncheon.
a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
All right, they're going to try to go turn off my chess game. There we go. There we go. No, it's that time. It's time for us to wrap this up here in a few minutes.
You are muted.
You are muted. All right. Oh, don't wake up, Yoda. All right, Ceiling Dion. Do we get another shot at Ceiling Dion before we go? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Just barely.
Hey there, Karen
No.
Reed, trial watcher.
All right, there we go. This witness is just going on interminably. This was just a slog with this guy. It could have been infinitely shorter. Isn't that convenient? Mexican Vader. What did Mexican Vader say? Awfully convenient that all suspicious evidence against Jen just happened to be deleted automatically when nothing else was. Makes one think. Yeah, that was one thing the other witness was talking about too. The spontaneous deletion was happening, but he couldn't explain it with his magic Celebrite software and training. JKD Buck says he's Lally's dream witness. They can both talk for 85 years and not say anything. Like legitimately. They could talk for 85 years and not say anything. What did you guys get out of that? I got not a lot of anything that would go to support the state's case that she murdered John O'Keefe. I'm sticking by my statement at the beginning that this is a brilliant tactic by the defense. This is day 5 or 6 in a row where the entire day basically has been spent attacking arguments that the defense hasn't even made yet. They mentioned the 227 hose long to die in the cold deal, but they haven't argued that. They haven't given any evidence for that. They haven't done anything for that. But the prosecution, they're playing defense on this. They're spending their time debunking or trying to explain away these arguments that are just theoretical, possible, potential arguments from the defense. They're not putting on positive evidence that she had the intent and carried out her intent to murder John O'Keefe. No, Jack's mom, you have not missed the medical examiner yet. But see, this is the thing is removing reasonable doubt is something you should worry about on your rebuttal case. Because first you have to prove what happened. You have to prove that she intended, she had the motive, she had the means, she had the opportunity, she had the whatever to murder John O'Keefe. And that she actually did it. You need to prove that she murdered him. And then the defense, during their case in chief, can put on all the evidence they want to try to poke holes in the prosecution's case, to try to raise reasonable doubt. And then when it goes back to the prosecution for rebuttal, then they should be trying to remove reasonable doubt. They should be trying to explain those points that the defense brought up as reasons why it didn't happen or why it couldn't have happened or possible alternative theories. But they're doing that right now in their case in chief. They're not presenting their case in chief. They're presenting their rebuttal to arguments that haven't really been made yet. So, I think it's brilliant that the prosecution has been suckered into doing this by the defense. Daily Quick Bite says, Legal Vices, so you're suggesting the defense is suckering Lally into wasting his time and boring the hell out of the jurors. Yeah, it's kind of exactly what I was just saying. And the wasting his time, that's That's them. He's basically suckered them into giving their rebuttal arguments to arguments that haven't actually been made yet. Meanwhile, they're not putting on any evidence that she did it. So I got to say that's a brilliant strategy by the prosecution, by the defense. Sorry. Who else got something here to add? Either Karen Reed was actually ranting at what she believed to be an alive and kicking and possibly frickin' boyfriend, or she should be in jail. She should be. Yeah. But to me, it didn't, nothing in, I'm trying to look at those voice messages through the lens of what the prosecutor is trying to get in. The insinuation they're making, the inference they're making is that this was some sort of cover up. She was calling him, she was texting him, she was doing all of these things to create an alibi, to create a scenario where it appeared she was looking for him, even though she knew he was dead. All she's doing is convincing me she was really looking for him. She was really, really trying to find him. She really wanted him to be home, and she was really pissed that he wasn't. Now, on the other hand, if we look at the McAlberts, the McCabe's and the Alberts, them calling him repeatedly, that tells me my big feeling with that. I mean, why are they calling? If he didn't show up, why would everybody be calling him? Do you really want him there that much? Or were you calling him because you're trying to find his phone? That's where I'm leaning. But this is another wasted opportunity for the prosecution. They're not doing so good. What did you guys think over here on the like and subscribe poll today? Will the prosecution rest their case this week? Yes, 28% of you said that. 21% of you said no, and 51% of you said, why didn't they do it weeks ago? I'm in that 51%. I thought they would wrap up today. There was during the voir dire, there was a few little hints that Bev dropped that they might be resting their case. I guess they still could call the medical examiner in the afternoon and wrap it up. They still could do that, but I still think they'll be done by Friday. And then the defense will get to start their case on Monday. That's what my spidey sense is telling me. But they did present evidence suggesting she did it. What about the car data? The car data is useless to me because it wasn't based on actual times. It wasn't based on actual locations. It was the key turns on and the key turns off, and what happens between the key turning on and the key turning off. And there's no times on what time. I mean, what location the car was in when the key was turned on. And it was turned on at this time, and then it was turned off at this time. But there was no indication where the car was, and you get this thing where the witness that was doing the car data was trying to put the car in certain locations during these between the key on and key off times. And what if he's wrong? There was some things that didn't quite match up. And then again, today we've got this problem where this guy has in one part, he said that she connected to his Wi-Fi. Karen connected to O'Keefe's Wi-Fi inside of John O'Keefe's house at 12:36. And then in another part of his testimony, he's laying all this groundwork for what's happening just minutes before that time, but yet other witnesses, the car data guy is the one that said she killed him at 12:45 a.m. So if if the car data, if the key on and key off stuff shows that she hit him at 12:45, well, that's kind of hard to do if you're home at 12:36, like this guy's saying. Their timeline is incredibly jacked up. Sonny or Chris with the $2 says, so he's the cell phone bitch. Yep. And then Sonny or Chris also with the $2 said, well, that explains to me the previous hot mic incident, the kill me incident. Yeah. This is what we get. This is where we are. I'm going to move the microphone again. Hang on. I need to get a new microphone stand. This one's awfully squeaky. We have a rebuttal here. Why does great success always putting anything in all? I don't know. I wish you wouldn't. I mentioned that yesterday. Great success don't always put everything in all caps. Like, is the person okay with all the yelling they're doing? It's unnecessary to use all caps. Great successes are all caps king. Yeah. I mean, phones and watches can't prove a person had it on their person. Could be someone else. And again, I have problems with this witness's credibility when he keeps calling it an Apple Watch an iWatch. If he doesn't even know what the product is called, that sort of makes me wonder if he knows what's actually going on with it. Just turn on the no all caps in chat. That's a pain. It's unnecessary. Just people should control themselves. You know what I'm missing? I'm missing another good witness to give us a good rant. This has kind of been a dull and boring day. But well, we're here at lunch, and I'm going to find someone to send you to. Who should I send you to? Let's see, because I am going to go call it a night. What are we looking at here? YouTube Studio. Go to Content. Live. Here we are. And then customization and redirect. MST3K. I could redirect you to MST3K. There's 3 different MST3K streams going right now. 4, geez. 5 if you count riff tracks. Geez, there's 5 different MST3K channels live right now. Broken Baker, Andrea. Oh, we can. Andrea figured it out. We can send everybody to Andrea now. We're all going to send you to Andrea Burkhardt. She finally figured out the how to accept redirects thing. So good for her. All right, we're going to go over to Andrea. And just a very, very quick notice here. What's going on tomorrow? Well, tonight, okay, time zones. The afternoon session of court. You'll have to watch that somewhere else. I'll give a recap before tomorrow, before the hearing starts tomorrow. And then it might be a half day. It was supposed to be a half day, but Judge Bev just said that they might be able to go a full day. If they go a full day, I won't cover it all. We'll just do the half day as always. So we'll do a brief review of whatever happens in the afternoon. I'm not expecting a lot to happen given the morning session. And then we'll do the morning session Friday live. And then Friday evening US time, we'll be doing my very special once a month F-It Friday, where I just beg for money for hours and hours and hours and hours in exchange for shots of alcohol. Every $100 that comes in, we do a shot. We have a great panel of guests. We've got about 20 guests lined up. So we'll keep going as long as my liver holds out, and as long as you keep supporting the donations, as long as they keep pouring in. It's just a big tongue-in-cheek, eyes wide open, just super fun griftathon. And then I will be on Danny on Direct's channel with Flux on Saturday evening for an unexplained stream where we're going to be talking about haunted and possessed items and artifacts. That's what we'll be talking. Oh yeah, and breathalyzer. Everyone that sends in a $50 super chat or more, or $50 worth of gifted memberships, will have a breathalyzer. Then we'll trigger the breathalyzer, and we'll check my BAC as it goes along. All right, everybody, that's all I got tonight. I'm going to go to sleep. It's 2 a.m. here. Everybody, take care of yourselves. Tell Andrea Burkhart hi, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 29 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Take care, peeps. Thanks for being here. You guys rock. Thank you, mods, for being super mods and being the best mods ever. Thank you, chat, the Vice Squad chat, for being the best chat there is on the entire internet. Hands down. And thank you for people here in chat for just being here, and all the super chats, the gifted memberships. We got a lot of gifted memberships today. Oh yeah, we'll also do a membership stream sometime this weekend. So thank you everybody for just participating and keeping us company. We will see you tomorrow. Bye now.